$1 a pound. $1. $8 here. Gonna be $1. Gonna be $1. Gonna be $1 here. 50 cents a pound. 60, 70. Gonna be 80. Gonna get 90. Gonna get 90. Gonna be 85. 85 here. Gonna be 85. 85. 85. 85. 85. Gonna be 85. You give 85. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 80. Now 5. Ricardo, 80 cents a pound. $1.50. $1.52 and a half. At 50, gonna get 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna get 5. And 57 and a half. 57 and a half. 57 and a half. Gonna be 60. And now 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. 1, 3 and a half. 5. Now zig 7. Now 67. 65. 67 and 67. Now 8. And now 7. 8. Now 9. Gonna be 69. 71 and 71. 72. 71. 2, 3. 73. 74. 75 and 75 here. 75. 74 and 5. 74 and 5 here. 74. Jig 5. 75. Jig 5. Gray, 174.10. $1.50. 52 and a half, and 50, gonna get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna get 5, 57 and a half, 60 and a half, 60 and a half, 60, you get 60, and how 60 there, $1.60 here, 160 here, cabinet's 157 and a half. $35. Yeah, 35. And 35, 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, and 45, 40, and 2 and a half, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 145, and 45, then you're going to get 45, you're going to get 47 and a half, 47 and 50, $1.50 there, you're going to be 150, top row, you're at, up here, $1.52 and a half, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and 57 and you're going to be 60, $1.60 here, you're going to 160 here, cow, 157 and a half on 21, cow 21. 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, 25, 27, 25, 27, 30, and 30, you get 30, you're going to be 30, you get 30, you get 30, you get 30, you get 32 and a half, you're going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 37, 37, 37, 40, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 45 there, half, and 47 and 50, $1.50 and half, 1, 51, 51, 52, going to be 2, 3, and 53, 4, 3, you get 54, 5, and 56, 55, 6, 56, 7, and 56, 7, and 7, 7, 7 here, you're going to be 7, you're going to get 7 here, you're going to be 7, cow, 156.21. Eight to 10 years old, they're 4 to 6 months. Yep, $1.50. $1.52 and a half, $1.50, you're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and as you get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, and $1.75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, going to be 175, and now 75, you're going to get 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 80, and how 80, you give 80 there, you're going to be 180, you're going to be 80, going to be 80 online, going to be $1.80, and now 80 there, you're going to be 80, you give 80 there, you're going to be 180, Chris, 177.50 on 17. $135, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 40, 2 and a half, 45, 47, going to be 50, 2 and a half, 52, 50, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2, 5, and 55, and 57, 57, going to be 60, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and 5, 65, and now half, and 67 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, career Chris, 165.17. Bred cows.
5-year-olds, I believe, 7 months.
5 by 7. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 6 by 7. 5 and 6 years old. They're 7 months bred. I'm going to sell them by that. Clark cows, guys. Good weight cows here, 2,500 and 25. Here, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 2,500 to 5 here. Going to be 2,500 to 5 here. And 25, 600 and 25. Going to be 600. Going to be 25. Going to be 600. Going to be 2,600 and 25. Going to be 600 here. Going to be 25, 6, 7 and now 700. Going to be 2,800. Going to be 2,800 and 9 and now 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 9, 3 and 9 here. Going to be 3,000. Going to get 3,000. Going to get 3,000. Going to get 3 and 25. Give 3 and 25. Going to get 3,000. Going to get 3,000. Going to get 25. 3 now 1 and 3,100 and 3,100 half 1 and 31, 31, 31, 31. 100, even to get 31, 100, even to get 31, going to be 100. So 3,050. Chris, 3,050. 5 and 6 years old. They're 6 and 7 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, not 2 and 21, 2, 21, 22, 3 and 23, going to be 24, going to be 25, going to be 2,500 and 24, get 5 and 24 to have, going to be 24 to have, now 5 and 2,500 to 5 here, 25 to 5, 25 to 5, 25 to 5, going to be 2,550 online, you're out, 2,550 and 20, to get 5 to 5, going to be 25 to 5, going to be 2,600 and 25 to 5, going to be 2,600 here, 5 to 5, going to be 2,600 and 25 to 5, the sides out, 25 to 5, going to be 2,600. Andy, 2,550 LaFoe. Don't really like that gray cow's bag just too well. Heavy bred cows, guys. They're 9-year-old cows. They're 7 months bred, 7 and 8 months bred. I'll hold the gray if you need to. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 21 and 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 23, 24, 24, 23, 24, 5 and 2,500, 2,600 and 25, going to be 600, going to be 25, going to be 600, going to be 25, going to be 600 and 26, 7 and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 of 800 and 28, 27 and 28, 9, 28 guys are out up here. 2,800, 2,800, 2,800, 2,800 and 27, going to be 2,800, going to be 27, going to be 28. Sold online, 2,700. Andy LaFoe. Andy, you want that gray cow off? Let's just pull her off anyway. He said leave her on. Leave her on. Okay, gotcha. Leave her on. Thanks, Andy. 10-year-old cows, 5 and 6 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 50 and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half here and 21 and a half here, going to be 21 and a half here, going to be 2150 and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half here, going to be 21 and a half here, going to be 2150 and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, going to be 2,050 and 2050 50 and a half here, 50 50 and a half here. What about 1,700 in the end? A 17 and a half, a 17 and a half, going to be 17 and a half, going to be 18 and a half, going to be 18, 1900 and 1950 and 19 and a half, 1950 and 19 and a half, going to be 19 and a half, going to be 19 and a half, going to be 1950 online, you're out. 19 and a half, run, you're out. 1950, 19 and a half, and 19 and a half, going to be 19 and a half, going to be 19 and a half, going to be 19, going to be 50. Chris, 1,917. Pair time already? Hey. Seven-year-old with a new baby. 6-year-old. $2,000 on a pair. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, 21, 2, able to get 3, 24, 25, 26, 7, and 27, going to be 27, able to get 27, going to be 20, hey, going to be 20, hey, now high, and down high, going to be 20, down high, and down high, going to be 20, able to get 900, online's in at 28, going to be 9, 20, 900, and 28, give 9, and 2,900, going to be 20, able to get 900, going to be 29, now 3, 3,000, able to get 3, online, going to be 3, now 1, and 31, able to get 31, able to get 31, able to get 31, able to get 31, going to be 3,100, and 3,100, going to be 3,100, so 3,000 online. Andy LaFoe. Keep that in a separate pin for that, please. Settle weight cows here, gentlemen. 150, 2.5, and 50, 2.5, 5, and 55, 55 here, 55 here, 57, 57, 60, in house, 60, 60, can't see it, 2.5, and 250, and 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 1, and 1, and 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, Chris, 162.10. 91, 96, 91. There's a 97.12. There's a 96, 94. Somebody a little dyslexic back here? No, this is leaking. Cold in here. 52.5, you get 2.5, you get 2.5, going to be 50, you get 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 2.5, you get 5, and 55 here, 57, 57, going to be 60, you get 60, you get 60, down 60, and 7.5, going to be 160, you get 60, you get 60, you get 60, gray, 157.5. Do it again, please, on number 5.
97.06 and 97.05. They're not. They don't have two different tags on the cows, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Spin them around once. Make sure they got the same tags on both sides. Okay. I could see that being a problem. Surely that battery wouldn't mess up like that.
Surely. Did you guys find a place yet? Did you find a place yet?
Where are you looking at? Around here?
They're young guys, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 165, and house 70, and house 70, 70, 70, going to be 70, and house 72 and a half, 72.50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, and now 80, $1.80 there, going to be 180, going to be 180, going to be 180, going to be 80, did you give 80 here, so 177 and a half, D10.
Minko's a pretty popular area, man.
Where I live. Dumb.
Isn't Mustang and Minko gonna meet?
Mustang and Minko, no.
Huh?
Mustang and Minko? No.
They know that's Union City.
Maybe. I don't know. I was just wondering. Needham cows, guys, are young cows, are 5 years old. They're 7 and 8 months bred. 6-year-old cow in there. 2,500 and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 600, 25, 600 here, and 25, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 9 here, 25, and 3, and half 1, 31, and 32, 31, 2, 32, 31, 2, William, yeah, 3,200, and 31, going to be 200, 31, going to be 200, 31, going to be 2, and 32, 3, and 33, we get 33, we get 33, we get 32, going to be 33, and 3,300, Andy, 33, and 32, we get 3, going to be 33, we get 300, and 32, we get 33, we get 33, we get 32, going to be 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3. Chris, 3,200, 3. Weight cows here, 50, not 2.5, and 50, not 2.5, group 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 55, not 7.5, 62.5, 5, and $5 up here, 65, and $5 here, 65.5 here, Chris, 162.5, 3X. You helped him next week with these names.
I'm just as bad.
7-year-old, they're 5 months. Huh?
3 to 5, weigh 'em.
3 to 5 months. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 there, 55, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, and 65, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, $1.70, gonna get 2.5, 72, 50, and 70, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 70, gonna get 2.5, Chris, 170 on 55. Thor's going to Sonic today, isn't he? What? $55, and 55, and 55, and 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna get 5, and 67, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7, gonna be 67, gonna be 67, gonna be 67, gonna be half 70, and now 71, and 71, 72, 71, 2, 3, and 73, gonna get 73, 3, and 72, gonna get 3, 72, now 3, cow, 172 on 21. Yeah, last year, 4th of July about caused a divorce. She dropped the dadgum Roman candle and went flying everywhere. No, you don't. That was last year, though.
3 3s and 1 4.
3 3s and a 4-year-old. $75. Yes, 75. And 75, 75, 75, 80. And 75, give 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, 75, give 80. And 75, go to 181, 81, 80, 175, 85, 85, 85, 95. And 95, 95, 95, 2, go to 2, go to 2, 195, to get 2, go to 195, to get 2, go to 195, to get 2. Chris, 195, 8X. Three-year-olds. Ultrasounded 3 weeks ago, and they're open. $2. 210 and 210, bit of a 10, going to be 210, 210, 210, 20, and 220, 30, bit of 30, bit of 40, bit of 50, going to be 250, and 245, and 245, bit of 45, bit of 45, bit of 45, bit of 40, 50, and 55, and 55, 60, going to be 265, 270, and 270, bit of 270, going to be 270, bit of 70, going to be 70, sold, 265, and tone. All they do now. Yep. They'll get back together today when I give them their 2 puppies. Oh, yeah. 1 o'clock. They'll be here. Four and 5 years old. They're 4 to 7 months bred. 5 to 7 months. Bill Ross.
9782.
Held up. Good young cows, guys, are heavy bred. Right there, you're going to be 2,500 and 25. Yeah, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 50 and 25 and 25 and going to be 6, 7 and 7 of 8, 27 of 8 and 9. Going to get 3 and 25, going to get 3 and 1, 2 and 32, 32, 33, 33 for 3 and 33, going to get 33, going to be 33, 4 and 3,400 and 4, 5 and 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, half, going to be half, 34 and a half and 34, 50 and 30, going to get 4 and a half, going to be 34 and a half, going to be 34 and a half, going to be 30 and a 4 and a half, going to be 34, going to be half. Chris, 3,400 on 3.
Wendy, you got cows coming through with 2 tags, 2 different tags. Okay. I don't know. There's just one come through here on a group.
21.
86 and 85. But
Chad Kimball? Chad Kimball out there at Weatherford.
okay.
135, yeah, 35, and 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, 50, and 40, we get 40, and 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, we get 5, 45, 45, 47, and 47, and 50, and 50, we get 50, and 1, and 53, we get 53, we get 53, we get 55, 55, 7, and 57, group 9, we get 9, group 60, and how 1, you get 61, and 2, group 2, we get 3, we get 3, group 3, 4, 64, 65, and they get 5, and has get 5, 600, and they get 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 67, and 6, 7, 7, $8, and now hey there, going to be 7, hey there, now 7, going to be hey, going to be 7, going to be hey, going to be 7, going to be 8, now 67, going to be 68. Sold 167, Kyle 21. $55, yeah, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 50, 57, going to be 50, 57, 57, 57, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 5, 5, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 67 and a half. Y'all gonna let me get started? 67 and a half. Booker, 165. There's McGee's. 50, now 2 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 7, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, we get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, going to be 67 here, going to be half. Booker, 165, 11. I'll wait on you, Lid. You're fine. More of the same. More of the McGee cows. 65. Has it get 7 750 and 67 going to be 67 going to be 67 going to be 67 50 and 7 7 going to be 67 here going to be half. Given 165. More of the McGee's. 35, yeah, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 40, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a 5, 45, 47, 47, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, now 5, and 57 and a half, and 57, 57, 57, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 1, 3, and half 3, we get 3, and 1, 3, we get 3, going to be 61, half 3, we get 3, cow, 161 on 21. Weigh the cows right there. You're going to be 45 and 45 and 45, 47 and 47 and 50 and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 57 and 57 and 60 and down 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a 5 and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 67, 70 and down 70, 70, 70, 70, going to be 70, 70 here. Cow 167 and a half, 21. Cow, you going to be here next week? Nope. One and done. Yeah, he should have said, I don't know. Yeah, I know it. I won't be here next week. Be 1,200 cows. 10-year-old cows are going to be 5 to 7 months, guys. 5 to 7 months bred. 2,000, 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 50, and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, here going to be 22, and 22 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 3, and 23 and a half, 24, 24, jiggy 400, 4 and a half, and 4 and a half, going to be 20, 500, and 20 and a 500 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 25, 600, and 25 and a half, going to be 26 and a half. 26 and a half, and 20, going to get 6 and a half, going to be 26.50, and 20, going to get 6 and a half, going to be 26 and a half, going to be 26 and a half. Mosley, 2,600. Mm-hmm. 2,600, even, yeah. Weigh the cows here, 50 and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to get 5, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 16 and 2 and a half, 5, and 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 67 and a half here, Gray, 165 on 5. Nine by 6 and 10 by 5. Good heavy bred cows got 2,100 and 21 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23 and a half, 23 and a half, 2,400 and a half, 24 and a half, 24.50 and 20, 45 and 25.50 and 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 25.50 and 25 and a half, going to be 25.50 and 25 and a half, going to be 20, 5 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 25, going to be half, 25.50. Sold them 2,500. Chris 17. Are all bred? 8 to 10 years old. 4 and 5 months bred, guys. Say, take something, take home, have your calf. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 50 and 21 and a half, going to be 21, hold your gate, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, going to be 21, 50 and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, here, going to be 21, 50 and 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, here, going to be, let them go, 21 and a half, going to be 21 and a half, 21 and a half, anybody else? 21 and a half, 21, 50, sold them, 2,100, Chris 17. Open counts here at 50 and 2.5. And 2.5, get 2.5, 5. And 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Over here at 55. And 52.5, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60. And now 60. You're going to get 60. You're going to be 60. And now 2.5. And 2.5. You're going to get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You're going to get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. Going to be 2.5. Going to be half. Booker, 160.
That were alive. It was like 20 up in the tree.
27 a tree.
They were alive.
15 and 2.5. And 50, you're going to get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You're going to get 2.5, 5. And 57, 57, 60. And 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You're going to get 5. And 67, 67, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, now 70. And now 70. You're going to get 70. You're going to get 70. You're going to be 70. You're going to get 70. Great. 167.5, 5. $65. Has a good five. Has a good five. Has a good five. Has a good five. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. And 67. 70. You're going to get 72.5. 72.50. And 70. You're going to get 2.5. Going to be 70. You're going to get 2.5. Going to be 70. You're going to get 2.5. Going to be 72.5. Sold 170. Grade 10. She'll feed like a steer.
I bet it's a steer.
I think it's a calf and calf.
Hermaphrodite.
3 weights.
Hermaphrodite.
I bet it's rerouted.
3 weights split.
35. And 35. And 35. 35. 35. 35. You get 5 here. 35. 35. 37. 37. 37. 37. 50. And 30. You're going to get 7. Going to be 37. 40. And 40. 40. You're going to get 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 40. Canvas. 37.5X. $35 and 35 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 50 and 37 to 40 and 40 and 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45 7 and 47 and 50. You get 50. You get 50 now 50. $1.53. You get 50. You get 50. You get 50. You get 50. You're going to be 50 and pound gray. 147 and a half. 5. $75. Yes, 75.80 and 75.80, 75, give 80, 75, give 80, 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. $1.75, going to be 175, going to be 150. $1.55, $1.55, jiggy 5, 60, now 5, now 70, 175, 175, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, S, 170, 16. Funny, but 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 62 and a half, 25, and 65, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 55, jigga 72 and a half, and 70 and 2 and a half, 70 and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, here, gray, 170, 10. 52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 5, and 57 about 62 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, jiggy 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 250, rub you out, 62 and a half, now 5, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, cabinets, 165. She young, 5-year-old, 150. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, jiggy 5 here, 55, 55, 60. It's 63, 5, has to get about 70, now 70, 175, 75, 75, 75, jiggy 5, 70, 80, now 80, and 75, give 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, now 5, 85, and now 90, get 90, get 90, go to 85, get 90, Chris, 185, 3X.
John was on TV.
Say it again. 3-year-old, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 65, 70, 75, 75, 80, and 180, 175, give 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, and 75, go to 85, 85, 85, 85, and 90, get 90, get 90, go to 90, 195, now 95, now 2, 95, get 2, and 95, get 2, 95, get 2, go to 195, get 2, S, 195, 11X. 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 50, now 7, 60, now 62 and a half, group 2 and a half, get 5, and get 5, 7 and a half, 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 sold, 165, Gibbon.
Yeah, that rodeo where the tornadoes were.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Mandan was on.
Who?
He was in Mandan, North Dakota over the forest. I'm sure it was on TV too. Oh, what not?
Outside, Antone.
Explain it to us.
$1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 65, has to get 70, get 70, get 70, get 70, 165, 70, now 5, 175, now 80, 185, 85, and 90, get 90, 95, 95, 95, and 2, group 2, now 5, group 2, 5, 10, and 210, and 15, group 2, 115, group 10, and 15, group 100, 210, 15, Chris, 210, 7X. Pin her with the 8Xs, please. 1 plus, she's open. $2. 25 and 25, 5, 5, 10, group 210, group 210, group 210, group 210, group 15, now 20, and 225, group 225 and 30, 235, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, group 235, 5, and tone 230. We go cow here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 7, 57, 57, 57, 50, 50 now, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 50, now 2.5, 50, 2.5, and 2.5, group 2.5, get 2.5, group 2.5, group 2 and D, 150, 1. $110. 110 and 15, 110, group 110, group 110, group 110, bit of 10, group 110 and 15, 110 and 15, group 110, 15, another 10 and 15, 20, group 120, 125, 125, give 30, and half 30, get 30, group 30, toppers out, 30 and 5, 135, 2.5, 32.50, and 30, get 2.5, group 30, get 2.5, group 2.5, group 2.5, here, gray, 130, on 5. 150, 2.5, and 50, get 2.5, group 2.5, get 2.5, get 2.5, group 2.5, get 2.5, group 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 59, 7.5, 60, and now 60, now 2.5, group 2.5, get 2.5, now 2.5, group 62.5 here, book 160. Nine-year-old, she's 6 months bred. Make sure you like her bag, guys. $1.50. $52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, outside 5, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, 167 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 170, we get 70, we get 70, gonna be 70, Mosley, 167 and a half. Do you like her bag, Ronnie? Yeah, good, good. Look at my dad. Look at my dad. Ten-year-old cow, she's 7 months bred. Who get $1,500 on her? 1,500, and 50, we get $1,000 here. You're going to be 10, 11, you get 10, 11, 10, half, and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, going to be 10, 50, 1,000, 50, we get 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, half, 500, 600, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1,000, $1,000, 1,000, 1,100. You sure? Sold 1,000, Chris. $1.05 and $105 here. Good to 105. We get 5. We get 5 and 10. Good to 10 and 15 and 20 and 21, 25. Good to be 125 and 30. We get 35. Good to be 35, 35, 35. You get 5 and 35 here. 35, 30. We get 35. We get 35, 35. $1.35. Now 40. 145. 145, 50. $1.50 and 45. We get 50 and 45. We get 50. We get 50. We get 50. We get 50. We get 50 here. Canvas 145 on 9. She looks young to me too. $1.75. 175, give 80, and 75, go to 85, 85, 85, and 100, we get 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, and 2, go to 2, we get 5, go to 52, 5, 10, 210, and 210, 10, 15, and 15, 20, mid 20, go to 220, and 5 here, go to 225, we get 225, we get go to 225, 30, and 30, we get 30, 25, go to 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 30, go to 30, Chris, 2 1/4, 7X. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, we get 5, 65, 65, and 2 and a half, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, and 5 and a half, 5, you get 5 here, gray, 62 and a half, 10. Two years and 4 months, 1,500. 15 and a half, there, going to be 16, we get 17, going to be 18, we get 19, going to be 2, we get 1, going to be 2,100, and 21, and 22, 22, 22, 23, 23, we get 3, going to be 23, we get 4, going to be 23, we get 4, 5, and 25, 600, and 6, 7, and 27, how hey, going to be 2,800, now 7, how hey, and 2,800, going to be 27, going to be 2,800, going to be 27, going to be 8, Chris, 2,700 on 3. $1.50. Now 2.5 and 2.5. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 5 and 57 and 57 and now 60. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 5 and it's get 7 now 70. It'll get 70. It'll get 72.5. It'll be 70. It'll get 2.5. It'll be 72.5. 5 and 75. 77 and 77 and 77 and a half. Here you give that it and 77 and 77 and a half. Here gray 175 9. Gray 9 175. 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 30 half, and 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, going to be 35 here, 37, 50 in the 42 and a half, and 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 5, and 45 here, 45, 3, going to get 45, going to get 5, 45, going to get 5, 750, and 40, going to get 7, going to be 40 now 7, going to be 40 now 7, going to be 47, 50, and 40, going to get 7 and a half here, now 50, $1.53, going to get 50 here, D, 140, 7 and a half, 1. Yeah. Put them on Antonio. If they weigh 400 pounds, then yeah, they'll be all right. Little 8-year-old guys, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 52 and a half, group 2 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 and a half, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half here, 35, and 35, 40, 40, 40, we get 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 45, 47 and a half here, so 145, S3. Yeah, $1. $5 and $105 here. Good 105. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. 105. 110. Good 110. Good 110. 15 and now 20 and 25. Good 125. 30. Get 30. Now 30. 125. 30. Now 5 and 35. 40. Get 40. Get 42 and a half. 42 and a half. 45 and 45. 45. 47 and 47 and 47 and here. Canvas 145. 9. $25, 25, 125, 25, and 25, 25, 27, and 27, and 27, 30, we get 30, then 2 and 5, and 35, 37, and 40, we get 42 and a half, group 2 and a half, we get 5, and 45, 47, and 47, and 47, and 50, $1.53, group 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, group 2 and a half here, Cavis, 150 on X. 5 years, and she's 5 by 4, 4 months bred, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, and 2,000, going to be 2,100, and 2,100, going to be 2,100, going to be 2,100, and 1, 2, and 22, 3, and 23, 23, 50, and 20, going to get 3 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 3 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23, going to be half, sold her, 2,300, Mosley. $50, plain old 50, 55, 60, and half 70, going to be 80, going to get 90, going to get 90, going to be $1, going to be $1, pound, going to be 110, going to be 110, 20, 120, 110, 20, 110, 20. I'm with Bob at 110, going to be 20, 30, 40, 50, $1.50, 60, $1.70, $1.70, 65, 70. Sold 165, showtime. Goodness. B&H, be a load of these cows. Jersey brought $1.65. Load of them, I think. Looks like they're going to bring them all. Yep. Yeah. B&H. That's all it says, B&H cattle. We got still 32.
Hey, what's the tag? What was it? What's the tag number?
99.57.
Okay, so you 32. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, and 27, and 27, and going to be 27, and going to be 27, and going to be 27, 50, and 27 and a half, 30, and 32 and a half, 2 and a 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, half, and 37, and 37, and 40, and 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2, 5, and 45 here, 45, 45, jig 5, and 45, 7 and 47, and 47, and 50, $1.53, 50 here, 150, $1, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, what about 1, now 2, and 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, going to be 2, 3, and 50 10 3 4 and 54 5 you get 55 655 going to be 6 here 55 going to be 607 and 57 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 56 7 and 50 7 and 7 and 7 here going to be 7 going to be 7 going to be 7 gray 156 5x.
I don't know if you can't see or what. Right off that.
Daughter 5 and $100 here. Good 105, 5, 5, good 10, 15, 115, 115, 115, 110, 15, and 10, 15, and 15, and 15, 20 here. Good 125, good 25, 25, 30, and 30, 30. Ticket round ahead of Chris. 130, 125, 30. Now 5, 135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here. So 130, Chris, 5x. Some shortbread, some of them, they're all going to go. $1.50, 2 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 60, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, 70, $1.70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, going to be 70, now 70, and 70, we get 70, we get 70 gray, 167 and a half, 10, 5. $35 and 40 and 35, 40 and 35, we get 45, we get 45, we get 50, half 5, 55, 60, half 5, and 70, 170, 170, 170, we get 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 70, 80, 85, 85, you're going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, sold, 180, Chris, 3x. Here's a troop cattle. 5 years old. They're all 5 months bred. All the same. 2,500 and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 50, and 25 of the van, going to be 25 of the van, 25 of the van, 25 of the van, 25 of the van, going to be 25, 50, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 28, and 9, and 3, and 1, and 31, 2, 31, 2, 32, 31, 2, 31, 2, and 31, 2, going to be 31, 2, Braden, you're out, 31, 2, Braden, you're out, 3,200, I got William in at 31, going to be 2, 3,200, and 32, 32, 31, 2, going to be 2, and 32, Braden, you're out, 3,200, and 31, 2, going to be 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 31, 2, sold him 3,100, Flying B. What number, William? I don't know. P.O., let me have them back. These guys saying they're not bidding on the line. I don't understand what's going on. Have them back. I'll sell this bull, then I'll sell those cows. I'll sell him. No, I'll just sell this bull. I need those other cows back.
Just take that out.
Forward a ticket. $1.50. $1.55, 55 now, 60, 55 now, 70, 100, 75, 75, give 80, 85 now, 90, 195 now, to go to 205, 210, 15, 20, and 225, 30, and 235, to get 35, 40, and 45, 245, go to 250, now 5, and 55, go to 265, 265, 265, and to get 5, and has to get 5, 265, and 265, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, 265, to get 5, 265, to get 5, sold him at 260. Ricardo. Let's have those cows back. I don't know. Bring them back. I'm just going to redo it. Here's another opportunity to get you some 5-year-old cows. They're all 5 months bred, right? 2,500 and 25 and 25 and 25, 25, 600 and 6, 7 and 7 and 7 and 28 and 9 and 9 and 3 and 3,000. I'm going to get 3,000 online. You're out. 3,000 and 1 and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. I'm going to get 31. I'm going to get 31. I'm going to be 3,100 and 3,100. I'm going to get 3,100. I'm going to get 3,100. I'm going to be 3,100. 31. I'm going to be 1. Sold them 3,000. Braden, Lancaster. Thank you, guys. Hi, Bob. Yes, he is. 190. 190 and 190 to get 92 and a half, 92, 50 and 100 to get 2 and a half, 95, 95, 97, 97, group 2, group 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, group 2 5 and 2 and a half to get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 7 and a half, group 7 and a half, group 7 and a half, group 7 and a half, 6 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 of $8.28 and now 7 group 2 8 and a half, group 2 1 and a half, group 9 10, group 2 10 and 9 10, 2 9 10, to get 9 10, to get 9 10, group 2 9 10, given bull 209 X. $1.35, yeah, 35 and 35 and 35, 40, to get 5, to get 50, to get 5, group 60, to get 5, group 70, and how 70, you get 70, and how 70, 65, 70, and to get 5, now 73, to get 70, group 70, to get 70, gotcha, and how 5, 73, to get 70, to get 70, to get 70, to get 70, here, Cabinet's 165 bull. $1.50. 55, yeah, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 175, 75, give 80, 180, give 80, 175, 80, and 75, group 80, 75, group 80, 75, group 80, give 80, 75, group 80, give 80, sold, 175, Chris 7. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, here, 60, and now 60, there, going to be 65, now, you get 65, and to get 55, 60, 55, going to be 60, 55, going to be 60, here, S, 155, 16. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you give 60, it's 63, 65, has it give 70, you get 75, now 75, 80, 80, 77 and a half, and 77 of 80, and now here you give 82 and a half, group 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, you give 82 and a half, group 2 and a half, Brad Yacht, 82.50, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, here, Chris, 180 on 7. $1.70. 72 and a half, and 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, group 82 and a half, group 85, 87 and a half, now 92 and a half, 95, and 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, group 2, group 2, group 2, group 2, group $2 and a half, and 202 and a half, group 2 and a half, what about 1, 201, and 201 here 2, and now 2, group 2, group 3, group 3, 203, 4, and now 4, jigger 4, 205, and now 5, 600 here, 5, group 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, group 7, 7 here, group 7 here, so 206, Chris 7. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 170, 175, 75, give 80, 180, 180, 175, half, and 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 of 80, and now 82 half, 82, 50 half, 5, here, group 85, 85, 85, here, group 85, group 85, group 85, jigger 5, $85, here, group 85, group 85, here, so 182 and a half, Chris 6. $75, 75, 50, and 77 pounds, 75, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, now 80 there, group 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, group 5, 85, 87 pounds, 87 pounds, group 90, 90, 90 there, group 190, and now 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, group 90 there, group 90 here, group 90 there, group 90, cabinets 187 and a half, boo. $1.50, now 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, and to get about 70, now 75, now 75, give 75, 75, and 75, how 82 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, Troy out, 85, 85, 85, there, going to be 85, 85, 85 here, Chris, 82 and a half, 7. $1.50, now 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60 there, going to be 65, and to get about 70, 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 5, and 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, going to be 80, and 180 there, 80, give 80 there, 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, Cavus, 177 and a half. Boo. 185, 85, 85, 85, 85, and 90, and 85, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, what about 250, and 100, 2.5, group 9, 2.5, group 9, 2.5, here's sold 190, Chris 7. $1.50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 2.5, and 55, now 5, top roll, yeah, 65, and 5, and 7.5, and 70, 70, 70, 70, going to be 170, 70, Chris, 167.5, 7. $75, and 75, 7.5, and 77, and 77, and 77, and group 80, and 2.5, group 2.5, 85, 85, 87, 87, and 90, 90, 2.5, and 92.5, 95, and 95 here, 95, 97, 35, and 95, 95, 95, 7, 97, 95, 7, and 95, 97, 95, group 7, 95, group 7, Chris 195, 7.
Somebody will have to wake Thor up. Party too hard.
Eight-year-old, she's 4 months bred. $1.20. 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 40, we get 5, we get 50 now, 50, 155, and 55, 60. It's 60 here, $1.60 here, going to be 5, going to be 60 here, 5, and 65, 70, now 75, and 75, 80, 80 here, 75, give 80, and 75, going to be 80 here, 75, going to be 80, 75, give 80, 75, going to be 80. Chris, 175 on 55. Pair of fours. 4 years old, she's 4 months, 2,500, and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 50, and 25 of the van, going to be 25 of the van, going to be 25 of the van, and 25, 50, and 25 of the van, 25 of the van, 25 of the van, 25 of the van, going to be 25 of the van, going to be 25 of the van, going to be 25, going to be half, 25 and a half, Chris 3, 2,500. You guys leaving? All right, y'all be good. See ya. Little 2-year-old guy, she's open. $2. 25 and 25, it'll get 5, 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 going to be 205 and 205, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, $1.50, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, 70, it'll be 80, it'll be 90, it'll get 90, 85, 85, there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 180, Ricardo. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 63, 5, and 7.5, and 67.5, 7.5, 67.5, and 67.5 here, now 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 70, 70 here, D, 167.5, 1. Two years, and she's 7 months bred. 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 2100, and 2100 here, going to be 2102, and 22, and 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, 5, 25, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, and 5, and 25, 50, and 25, going to be 25, 600, and 25, going to be 6 and a half, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, 7 and a half, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 800, and 28 and a half, 8 and a half here, going to be 28 and a half, going to be 28 and a half, now 9, and now 9, bit of a 9, going to be 2900, bit of a 9, now 29, going to be 9, Mosley, 20, 8 and a half, 13, you got it, Mosley, 13, 6 years and 5 months, $1.50. $55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.30, now 5, and 35, 40, 40, 55, now 50, 50, now 5, and 55, 65, and 65, now 5 here, going to be 165, and 65, now 5 here, Chris, 160 on 55.
Antonio?
No, we're missing. No, I came from Dover this way.
Oh, yeah.
We're in Dover, Kingfisher, I see some water. Not widow.
25, and 25, 30, and 45, to get 30, and 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30, 25, going to be 30, to get 30, going to be 30, to get 30, now 5, and 35, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, down 40, yes, 135, 4X.
It's a baby, 3-year-old.
3-year-old right there, $2. 25, and 25, to get 5, 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 now 5 here, $1.50, $1.60, $1.50, 60, 70, 80, now 80, 180, now 90, 190, now 2. $2 and 202 and 2 here, going to be 2, 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 going to be 190, going to be 2, going to be 190, going to be 2. Ricardo, 190. Five and a punt right there here, $1.20. 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25, to get 30, and now 35, and 35, 40, to get 40, to get 40, 35, to get 40, and 35, 40, and 40, and 5, and 45 here, 45, 45, 45, 50, $1.50 there, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50 here, Gray, 145, 5. Four no pun, $1.50, now 5, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, to get 5, now 65, 70, now 70, 170, 170, 170, and 75, and 75, 80, 80, to get 85, 85, 85, and 90, to get 90, to get 95, and 95, and 2, to get 3, to get 205, to get 210, to get 210, 15, and now 20, to get 25, to get 225, 30, and 230, to get 30, 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 Chris, 2 1/4, 3X. Wake out here, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35, and 35, 35 here, 35, 30, to get 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, to get 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 40 here, Gray, 135, 5. Six years, and she's 5 months, and she's a bigot. $1.60. $1.65. Has it get about 70, to get 70, now 70, and 70, but 70, to get 70, going to be 170. What are you thinking, Rob? 70. You got her. 35, and 35, and 35, 37, and 35, 37, and 37, and 37 to 40, and 40, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 45, 47, and 50, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 55, and 57, and 57, and 57, and 60, and now 60, there, we both out, 160, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, now 5, now 5, now 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, group 67 and a half here, cow, 165 on 22. See nothing? You don't see nothing, Antone?
Yep, shut it down for a while.
All right, guys, take a little break, and when they get caught up with that crew, we'll get right back to action. Yeah, I got about 250 cows left to go, guys. 250. $1.65. And $7 someday. And now 70, now 2 and a half, 75 here, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 50, and 77 and a half, 77, 50, now 80, and 182 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, D, 82 and a half, 10. $2. 210 and 210, bit of a 210, bit of a 210, bit of a 210, 210, 20 and 220, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, we get 50, 60, 260, 70 and 270, 270 and 270, we get 270, we get 270 and 270, Ricardo 260.
End of third quarter, probably.
$2. 201, yeah, 201, now 2, gonna be 2, we get 2, we get 3, we get 4, we get 4, we get 4, gonna be 5, we get 6 cutter, 6 here now, 5 now, 6 here, 5, gonna be 206, and now 5, gonna be 206, here, gonna be 205, gonna be 206, Cabinet Bull, 205. $1.60. 2 and a half, 5, and 5, has a good 7 and a half, now 7 and a half, 70, and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 70, 50, and 77 and a half, you can do 80, and now 80 there, 80, good to be 80, you give 80 there, good to be 80 there, good to be 180, so 177 and a half, grade 10.
There's a yard out over here.
There is?
Great.
8-year-olds are 6, 7 months. 8 to 10, 8 to 10, 6 to 7 months, 2,000. 20, 100, and 25, and 20, and 21, 22, and 23, and 23, 23 and a half, 23 and a half, 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 25, and 25, 50, and 25 and a half, gonna be 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 25, 50, 25, 50, 25 and a half, 600. 2600, 25 and a half, 6, and 25 and a half, going to be 2600, 5 and a half, going to be 26. Mosley, 2550. Right there, pretty good cows right there. Going to be 10 years old. They're heavy bred. Right there, going to be 5 and 6 months. Right there, going to be 2,001 and 2,100 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 22 and 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 2200 and 21, 2 and 21. Going to be 200. Going to be 21, 2. Going to be 21, 200 down 2 and 22 down 21, 2 3 and 22, 3, 22, 3. Going to be 22, 3. Going to be 22, 3. Going to be 2250 and 22 and a half. Going to be 20. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 22 and a half. Going to be half. 22, going to be half. Sold him 2,200. Chris 17. Wig cows here 50, 52 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 60 now, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 5, and 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, now 70, 70, 70, 170, and 70, 70, 70, 70, 70 here, Booker, 167 and a half. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 55, 57, 60, and now 2.5, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, $1.5, 55, now found you get it, and now 5, 55, 55, 55, cabinet 62.5. William two cows here, 35, and 35, and 35, 37, and 37, 40, 40, and 2.5, 45, 7, and half, 52.5, 55, 57, about 60, and down 2.5, good to be 2.5, what a wand, and a good one, has a good one, 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 a wand, and 60 hand wand here, another wand here, another wand here, Booker, 160, 11. 4 months spread, guys. 3 and 4 months right there here, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, going to be 2.5, and 65, 7, 7, 7, 70, and 2.5, and 72.5, 70, we get 2.5, going to be 70, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, and 72.5, 72.5, 70, we get 2.5 here, Chris, 170 on 17. $1.50, 2.5, 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 250, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5, and 57, 57, 57, 57, 57 and a half, and 57, 57, 57 here down, 57 sold, 155 D1. Three-year-olds. These are the ones that come out of Canadian. Miami. Yep. $1.75. Yeah, $1.75. And 77, 75, 77, 75, 750. And 70, 7, 77, 77, 750. And 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half. Here's on 175, gray 9. Hey, 2-year-old little family, 2,000. 2100 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2 and 3 and 23, 24, 24, 25, Jigavad 2600 and 26 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 6 7 and 26 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7. Here you're going to be 27 800 and 20. Here you're going to be 20. Here you're going to be 2800 on line. You're out 2800 and 27. You're going to be 2800. 8 now 9. 29, I'm going to be 29. 20, hey, we get 9. 20, hey, we get 900. And 20, hey, going to be 900. We get 900, going to be 9. So, 2800. Online, it's Charlie Cluck. Charlie Cluck. For no punt, guys, $1.50 and 55.
John.
3,000, we get 3, and 31, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, half 1, and 33, we get 33, half 5, and 35, 37, 37, 39, 39, 37, down on 4, and 4,000, and 4, and 39, we get 4,000, I'm going to be 39, we get 4,000, I'm going to be 39, we get 4, and 3,900, you out on line, 4,000, we get 4, and 39, 4,000, we get 4,000, we get 4,000, I'm going to be 39, we get 4, and 4,000, 4,000, we get 4,000, we get 4, Chris, 3,908.
What's that calf bring?
5-year-old family guy, 2,500 and 25, and 25 and 25, 6, 7, and 7, going to be 28, and 9, and 3, and 3,000, going to be 29, going to be 3,001, and 31, 31, 32, 32, 32, 32, yeah, Charlie, and 32, 132, 3, and 33, we get 33, we get 32, 3, and 33, 133, we get 33, 33, 33, 33, 4, and 34, you get 5, and 35, we get 35, we get 34, you get 5, 34, now 5, so 3,400, Chris 8. Four-year-old. 3,000 and 31 and 31 and 31 and 31, 31, 31, 32, 33, 33, 33, 34, 34 to 5 here, 35 and 35, 600 and 35, going to be 6, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, going to be 3,700, Charlie, and 3,700, now 8 and 38, 38, now 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 39, you're out, Charlie, and 3,900, and now 4 and 4,000, going to get 41 and 41, 41, 41, you out again, Charlie, 4,100 and 4,100, going to get 4,100, going to get 4,100 and 4,100, going to get 41, going to get 41, going to get 41, going to get 41, going to be 100. Sold her 4,000. Chris 8. Six-year-old family guys right here, 3,031 and 31 and 31 and 31, 31, 31, 32 and 32, 33, 33, 23 and 33, we get 33, going to be 33, we get 33, 4 and 34, 5 and now 5, going to be 6, 7 and 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, going to be 3,700, going to be 3,700, going to be 37 here, going to be 7. Charlie, 3,600. K-O-U-C-K, yep. Five and 6-year-old families, guys, right there, 3,000, we get 3, and 31, and 31, and 31, and 31, 31, 32, 31, 2, 32, 31, 2, and 31, 2, 3, and 33, 33, 33, 3, 3, and 3, 4, and 34, and 5, 35, 6, now 607, and 37, we get 37, 8, and 38, 100, going to be 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, and 9, and now 9, we get 9, going to be 9, we get 9, going to be 39, Charlie, you're out, 39. 3,900, 3,900, and 38, we get 900, going to be 38, and 9, and 39, going to be 9, going to be 3,900, 38, we get 9, so 3,800, Chris 8. Weigh the cows here, daughter 50. 55, 55, now 55, 75, 57, group is 60, we get 2.5, 5, and 65, 7.5, now 7.5, now 70, and now 70, we get 70, we get 70, but 70, we get 70, group is 70, and now 70, and now 70 here, count us 167.5. Fifty-five, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 50, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, and now 60, we get 60, we get 60, going to be 60, and now 62.5, 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, yeah, 67.5, and 7.5, now 7.5, now 7.5, now 7.5, now 7.5, now 7.5 here, Cal, 165, 22. 35, yeah, 35, and 35, 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, going to be 37, 50, and 40, and 40, we get 2.5, 45 here, 7.5, 47, and 47, 50, and 47, and 47, and 47, now 50, another 50, and jiggy 50, and 2.5, we get 2.5, 1, and 51, 2, 2, 3, we get 53, 52, 3, 53, we get 3, great, 152, 5. Six and 7 years old. They're 5 and 7 months, guys. Right there, going to be 21 and 2100 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 3 and 23, 24, 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 5 and 25, 50 and 25 and a half. Going to be 26 and a half. Going to be 26, 7 and 27 and a half here now. 800 now. 8 here, 8 and 2800. Going to be 28 and a half. 850 and now 9 and now 9 and a half. 9 and a half. 9 and a half and 3. We get 3, 1 and 31, 32, 32, 32, 1, 2, 31, 2 and 32, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 35, we get 2. Chris 3, 30, 100. Weight cows here, $1.50 and 51 and 51, 3, 55, 55, 57, 57, 60 and now 60 there, $1.62 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 1, 2 and now 3, we get 3, we get 3 and 2, we get 3, we're going to be 62, 3 and 2, 3, we get 3, we're going to be 2, 3, 4 and now 4, you get 5 and now 5 and has to get 5, 6 here and now 5, 6 here, here, we're going to be 6, D, 165, 10. Seven-year-old pairs. Two of them are. 3,000, 3,100, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, we get 31, 2, and 3,200, and 31, we get 200, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, 31, 200, and 31, we get 200, now 31, we get 200, we get 31, we get 200, we get 2. Charlie, 3,100. $1.50. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5, 55, 57, 57. You're going to be 60. You get 60. You get 60. You're going to be 60. And 7 and a half. You're going to be 2 and a half. And 2 and a half. Now you get 5. You get 5. 7 and a half. Now 70. You get 70. Now 70. And now 70. You get 70. You get 70. Gray. 67 and a half. 10. 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2.5, 5, and 65, 7.5, 70, and now 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, Chris, 167.5, 10. Five-year-old cat, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 on her, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, jiggy 5, and 55, and 55, 5 here now, 60, and 60 there, 5, going to be 60, here, 60, a little bit of gray, 155, 5. Looks like she weighed 800-pound steer calf. Two-year-old, $2. 25, and 25, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, now 2, going to be 2, going to get 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, now 5, going to be 205, and 205, going to get 5, 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 Chris, $2.07. X. Let's get a yard out. It's going to be great, 5X. $1.20, and 120, and 120. 125, and 125, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to be 125, going to be 125, going to be 110, 110, 15, 110, 15, $1, $5, 105, $5, and $5, going to get 5, 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 S, $1, 1X. Hello, Mark.
I think that's the only one you had, right?
6 years and 4 months, 2,000. 2,100, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, 2100, 2100, 2100, and 2100, and 21, and 2100, 2, and 2200, 2, 3, and 23, 2300, and 23, so 2200, Ricardo, 2. Rest of them cows bring 3,000. Bargain. $35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, going to be 37, 40, and 40, 40, 40, going to get 2, going to be 2 and 5, and 45 here, 45 here, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5 here now, 47, 50, and 40, going to get 7, going to be 40, going to get 7, going to be 40, now 7.5. Cabinet's 145. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, now 70, 175, 75, 75, you get 75, 80, 5, 90, 90, 85 and 90, 85, 90, 90, 90, here, Chris, 185, 7X.
That said one and open.
85, 85, there, go to 85, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87 and a half, 87, 90, and 100, we get 91, 3, and 93, 91, 3, 95, 95, 95, 95, 93, we get 5, 93, we get 5, 93, we get 5, 93, we get 5. Gibbon, 193 bull.
This wasn't cleaned up Thursday when I was here. So I bet they cleaned up Thursday. And that deal happened all day Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
9 years and 4 months, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 2 and a half, 72, 50, 70, 2 and a half, 70, 2 and a half here, Chris, 170, 55. Five years and 4 months. Is that right? 5 before 2,000, 2,100, 21, 20, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, 2,100, 1,500, 1,600, and 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, 1, and 21, 22, 22, 2,200, and 21, 23, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, 24, 23, and 4, 23, 23, and 400, 23, and 23, 4. Chris, 2,300 on 3. $1.50, 2 and a half, 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 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7, 57, 57, 57, Robbie out, and 57 and a half, 7, 7, 6, 7, and 56, 7, $8, now 9, now 60, now 1, now 2, 61, 2, 3, and 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, here given, 162X. Big toes here, 135, 35, 37, 43, 45, 47, going to be 50, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 25, 52 and a half, 57 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 and a half, here, 155. 7 years. 4 months on that cast, 7 by 4 here now, 1,500, and 15, 16, and 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, now 1, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 3, and 23, 23, 23, 2,300, 2,400, 23, 4, and 23, 400, 23, 4, so 2,300, Chris, 55. Eight-year-old, 8 to 10, 3 to 4 months. $1.50. $1.50, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 1, 3, and now 3, 5, going to be 7, 7, 7, 5, going to be 7, 5, going to be 7, 65, 67, and to get about now 7 and 9, and now 67, now 9, and now 7, going to be 9, you got Rob, and now 7, going to be 9, Todd, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9 here, so 167 McGee.
What,
6 and 8 months, bred, is that right? 6 and 8 months, little young things, and they are heavy, heavy bred. 1,500. One's got a little red spot in her eye. 1,500. 1,500. 15 and a half, there, you're going to be 16, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 1,800, and 17, you're going to be 18, 17, you're going to be 18, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 1,800, and 17, you're going to be 18, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 18, what about a half? 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1750, Charlie, 1,700. Way the cows here, guys. 50 now, 2.5. 50, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, bit of that here, gonna be 250. 52.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5 here, gray. 150 on 10.
Passes their phone around.
Yeah.
Let me get left hundreds. What cows you got left, Mark? Okay. To the winner? $1 million for the winner? You going? $35. Yeah, 35. 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, 40. 40, we get 2.5, 45, 45, 47, 50. And 50, 10, 2.5, good 2.5, 3. And 53, 53, 4. And 54, 5. And 55, 55, 6, 55, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8. And 57, 7, 7, 8, we get 9, good 9, good 9, 60. And 1. As you get 1, 2, good 2, we get 3, we get 3, we get 3. And now 2, 3 out of here, Thor. And now 3, 2, 3. And now 2, 3, we get 3, good 63. And 2, 3, we get 3, Chris. 162 on 15.
170 cows left.
Yeah, 35. Yeah, 35. 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, could be 40, and 2.5, 5. And 45, 47, and now 50, 52, could be 2.5. And 57, 57, 57, 57, 60. And 2.5, 2.5, 5. And 5, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 67, now 70. And 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, could be 70. Cabinet's 167 and a half. William here, 35. Yeah, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, going to be 35. Yeah, 35, half. And 37, going to be 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 half. And 37 and a half here, and now 7 and a half here, gray. 135, 5. X. Just X. $1. $5 and $105 here. Good $105, $5, $5, and 10, $105, $105, $105, $5, $5, and 10, good $110, 15, $115, 20, $125, $125, $125, $125, good $125, good $25. S, 120 on 9. A lot of cheeseburgers, Antone. $2. 2.5. Now 5. And 2, 5, 7, 10, 7, 10, good 10, good 10, good 10, 19, 12, good 10, 12, good 11, 12, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, 14, $14, and 40, 15, and 214, 15, and 14, 15, and 15, 16, and 16, good be 16, 17, and 17, and 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, 18, 19, 18, 19, 18, 19. Gibbon, 218 bull.
More mail, please.
4,700.
Bulls here, $1.75. Yeah, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 77, 80. And now 5, it'll go to 85, it'll get 90, 95, it'll get 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 92. And now 205, go to 205, go to 205, go to 205. And now 5, go to 10, go to 210, go to 210, go to 210. And 210, go to 10, 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 200, go to 10, 210, 15, 210, 15. Ricardo, 210.
How many more he said? 150.
There's a guy right here from Texas. They tied a horse a race to one event down in Mexico, $1 million. And these guys right here, they say they're going to clean up, so they take a lot of money. A lot of people from right here, they put it in the internet, and some people down there, they know the horse down there is clean. So there's a lot of money, lots of money. And when they race, the Mexico win for like 6 minutes.
The what?
They win.
Win for 6 meters, meaning about 6.
6 links.
6 links. The Mexico horse.
And now it's going to
All right. Back at it. Hold. Well, 5-year-old, 2000. 20, 100, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 2, 3, and 3, 4, and 24 to 5 here, 25, going to be 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 8, 109 here, 29, 103, and 3,000, and 3, yeah, Charlie, and 3,000, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 131, 102, and 31, going to be 200, about there, 31, going to be 2, Charlie, you're out, 30, 200, and 31, going to be 2, 3, and 33, going to get 33, 4, and 3400, 30, going to get 3400, about there, going to be 34, Charlie, you're out, 3400, and 33, going to get 400, 33, not 4, not 5, and 3500, and 34 to 500 to 5, they're able to get 5 here, 3,500, 35 to 5 here, going to be 3,500. So 3,400, Charlie. Bring her back. Yeah, we do. This yours, Roy? No. 200. 250 and 250 and 250 get 250 and 250 50 and a half here 250 get 2.5 2 by the head, yeah, 250 by the head, 2.5 300 300 get 3 and 300 get 300 get 300 get 300 get 300 300 300 Kelsey 250. Yours? Is that yours, Anton? Is that yours? All right, bring me that pair. Bring me that red pair. Bring me the cow and the calf separately. Separately. Charlie did not get that pair. Well, this is about the mundiest Mondays I've ever spent in my life. Mm-hmm. All right, she's got a hip off. $120, 125, you get 25, you get 30, you get 5, you get 40, you get 5, you get 45, 5, here, you're going to be 145, there, you get 45, there, you're going to be 145, 45, 50, $50, $50, you're out, $50, 55, 60, $60, $65, 70, $70, you get 70, you get 70, you get 70, you get 70, cow, 165, 22. More. By the head, 500. 550, 550, 50, 500, going to be 600, now have, now 7, now have, now here, going to be 50, now 900, hide, and 900, even get 900, even get 900, now 9, and 900, even get 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 900, going to be on there, even get 9. Ricardo, 850, on number, nothing. Be a 3 tomorrow. 5, 1,500. This is Ricardo's. 200. 250. 250 and 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, going to be 250 and 250, 50 and a half, going to be 2.5, to get 2.5, going to be 2.5, $250 for that calf. 3, half, 4. Did you get 4? Half, 450, 450, 450. You guys are all out. 450. Sold 400. Ricardo 2. Here to get a little cap. 200. 250 and 250 and a high, we get 3 and a high, we get 3 and a half, 4 and 4 and a high, we get 4 and a high, we get 500, 555, 55, 55, 50, 600 and 650 there, you're gonna be 6 and a half, you're gonna be 7 and 700, we get 700, we get 700, we're gonna be 700 now 7 and 750, 750, 750 and 750 and a half, here you're gonna be 750 there, you're gonna be 750. Giovanni 700. Two ladies here, 300. 350, and 350, 50 and a half, we get 3 and a half, we get 3 and a half, gonna be 4, we get 50, we get 5, we get 50, gonna be 6 and a half, now 7, now half, 800, 850, 850 and a half, gonna be 8 and a half, gonna be 8 and a half, 850, 850 and a half, now 9, and 900, we get 900, gonna be 9, Giovanni, 950, and 9 and a half, now 10, 1,000, we get 1,000, we get 1,000, 1,000, Giovanni, 1050, and 1050 and a half here, Giovanni, 1,000. Chris, is that you way up there? Okay. I've been trying to figure out for a half hour who you were. 300, 350, and 3 and a half, and 3 and a half, we get 4, we get 50, we get 5, we get 50, we get 6, now half, now 7, now half, now 8, 850, 850 and a half here, yeah, Giovanni, now 9, 900, 9 and a half, now 10, 1,000, 1,000, we get 1,000, we get 1,000, we get 1,050, and 10 and a half, 10 and a half, 10 and a half, here, bit of half here, going to be 10 and a half, going to be 1,050, Giovanni, 1,000.
Nice kid.
Come right off those B&H cows we sold earlier. They're all going to go, guys. 200. Buy so much times 3. 200. Now half. Now 3. 300. Even get 350. 350. 400. 400. And 404. And 400. 430. Even get 450. Even get 4 and a half. Even get 5. And 550. 600. 650. And 650. Giovanni going to be 650. 650. Now 700. 700. And 700. Even get 700. Even get 700. Even get 700. Going to be 700. Going to be 7. Giovanni, 650. What do you got in, Tone? Heifer, 400. 450 and 4 and a half, we get 4 and a half, we get 4 and a half, we get 5, we get 555, 50, 600, 650, and now half here, you're going to be 700, now half, and 750, 750, 750, 750, now 800, 800 there, 800, 800, 800 there, you're going to be 7 and a half, you're going to be 800, Giovanni, 750. It did. 300, 350, and 350, now 4, and 4 and a half, we get 4 and a half, we get 500, 500, 500, 500, and 4 and a half, we get 550, 5 and a half, 6, now half, now 7, now half, 750, 750, 7 and a half, now 8, 800, 800, there you're going to be 800, now 8, there you're going to be 800, bit of an 8, there you're going to be 800, Giovanni, 750. Calf sell over. Is that all your calves, Antone? One more. One more baby calf. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 60, and now 60, we get 60, we get 60, going to be 60, 2.5, and 2.5, 1, 3, and now 3, 5, 9, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 3, 5, 7, going to be 67, now 9, and now 7, going to be 900, going to be 7, now 9, and now 7, going to be 900, we get 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, we get 9, going to be 167, Kevin is 3.
Did you hear what happened inside the office? The cleaner ladies stole some meat out of the freezer and didn't close it. Mm-hmm. And they said it was mad. It smelled so bad this morning. I couldn't smell it. I guess they walked in this morning.
45, yeah, 45, 45, 47, 47, 50, 50, good with 2.5, 5, and 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, now 1, as a good 1, now 2, good with 2, good with 3, good with 3, good with 4, and 64, 5, as a good 5, 66 out of 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, here, good with 7, and 7, here, good with 7, and 7, here, so 166, Booker 11.
Cameras.
155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, we get 2.5, good with 2.5, we get 5, and 5, 7, 7, 70, we get 70, we get 70, 70, and 70, there, good with 70, we get 70, good with 70, we get 70, Chris, 167.5, 10. There's that baby. Oh, 300. 350. 350 and 3.5, we get 3.5, 400, 400, 4.5, we get 4.5, we get 4.5, we get 550, and 5.5, going to be 600, now half, now 7, and 750, and 750, going to be 750, going to be 750, Giovanni, you're out 750, and 750, and a high, we get 7.5, going to be 750, now 8, 800. 800, 800, 800, 800, 800, go to be 8. Giovanni, 750.
Hi, Clyde.
Your calf smell all right? No. I didn't know if that tag one was going to screw you up.
It did screw me up, but I just didn't tag it.
There was no mail on it. Just something they set up. So I tried to put descriptions on those.
65. Has it get about? Has it get about? Has it get about? 7 Hannah, 7 Hannah, 7 Hannah, 7 Hannah, 7 Hannah, 7 Hannah. You cussing 70 and now 70 and 72.5 and 72. Not you, her. 72.5 and 72.5, 72.5, 72.5, 72.5, 72. Going to be half. Giving 170. She's up here saying some dirty words.
He's already mad.
I got mad. She's mad. Everybody's mad today. 5 by 5, $1.60. 2.5 and 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. 5 and get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. $65.5. You still mad? 65. Gonna get 5. 3 5. 65 7. You bidding, Ronnie? Now 9. Now 70. $1.70. $69.70. Mark 169. See you, Chris. Yep. See ya. there's more than one Chris. Yeah.
Look at that.
65, and 65, has a good about 70, 170, 170, now 70, and 70, even to get 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 70, did you get 70, 8, 9, 70, 9.5. Great, 169.10.
That is a 220 some odd cows and probably 10 some odd bred. 30 minutes.
What'd you say, Antone?
I think that's 2 and 1 year old, 2 and 3 months. That's 5-year-old.
5x2 and a 4x2.
Yeah, 5 by 2 and 2 by 2. 2 months, 2 months.
You really can't announce what they say without looking at it yourself. And I can't see it. 4 and 5 years old, they're 2 months bred. Now Lydia's mad. She's cussing. $1.50. $1.55. 55, 75, 60, and now 62 and a half. Gonna get 2 and 5. And 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half. Now 7 to 70. Now 70, 170, 70, and 72 and a half. And 70, gonna get 2 and a half. Gonna be 70, gonna get 2 and a half. Gonna be 72 and a half. Sold 170, Chris 3. Got a bull. Crippled bull. $1. 110 and 110, 20 and 20, we get 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50 now, 50, 45, 45, you get 5 and 45, 50, $1.50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, Chris, 145, 6.
Twenty drafts and 20 bulls. What if we move the cow sale to 4 o'clock Monday? They never show up.
110 and 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, better be 10 and 15, better be 10 and 20, and 125 here, 25 and 30, we get 30 and 30, and 25, we get 30, 25, good to be 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 30, and 30 here, Cavis, 125X.
What's the deal? Sunday night. Y'all show up Monday morning. 10, 11 o'clock. What if we...
35, yeah, 35, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, and 37 and 37 and going to be 40 and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and 47 and 47 and 50, and 50 and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, and half 5 here, so 152 and a half, gray 5. $110 and 110 and 10, 15 and 10 and 15 here, 120, going to be 20, going to get 5, going to be 25 and 30, going to get 35, going to be 35, 35 here, 35 there, great, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 5 and 45 there, going to get 40, 50, $1.50 there, going to get 50, 10, 50, 10, 50, going to get 50, 50 here, great, 145 on number X, letter X. 35, 35, and 37 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 50, and 50, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, bit of that here, 52 and a half here, given 150X. Good bull. $210. 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, 210, 11, 210, 11, 210, 11 here, $2. $2. $1.50. 60. 70. 80. 92, 195, 195. Gibbon Bull, 190. $65, and it's a good fight now, 70, and 170, gonna get 70, gonna be 75, and 75, 80, 80, you give 80, 75, gonna be 85, 85 here, 85 here, sold 180, Chris 7. $1.50, 55, yeah, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you give out 60, 55, now 65, 65, 65, and you get a 70, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, sold 170, Chris Bull. Wendy. What, me? You sound like my wife. Okay, I know. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 175, 80, and now 80 here, 77 and a half, 80, 82 and a half, 82, 50, 5, 85 here, 85 here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, Gibbon Bull, 182 and a half X. $75, yeah, 75, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, 77 pounds, going to be 80, 250, 85, 87 pounds, 87 pounds, going to be 190, 92 and a half, 5, and 97 pounds, 97 pounds, 97 pounds, 97 pounds, 97 pounds, 97, going to be half, Gibbon 195, Bull. $1.50. 55, 60, and now 65, 65, 70, 175, 75, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, Cavus, 182 and a half, Bull. You leaving, Roy? $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, now 75, and 7 85, going to be 85 and 90, going to be 90, going to be 90, and 90, and 100, 85, going to get 90, Chris, 185, 7. McGee said he's got 3 loads of cows coming next Monday morning, 8:30. What? Tried to. 85, $5 here, could be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 75, and 75, 77, 75, and 80, 81, 82, 83, 83, 82, 3, 82, 83, could be 82, 83, given bull, 182X. 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 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 gray, 165, 10. $55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, middle of the half here, group of 2 and a half, group of 2 and a half, half, Booker, 160. $8 by $5. 110 and $110. Going to be 110. Going to be 110. Going to be 20. Going to get 30. Going to get 40. Going to get 50. Going to be 150 and 40, 50 and 40, 50, 30, 145 and $145. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. 50. Now 50, Rob. 150. Sold 145 cabinets. $8.
Just mine. Just get a puppy.
Well, what's the matter? Where? 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, hold your gate, 37, 37, 50, and 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 35, 7, 50, and 30, 57, 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 20. Is it that bad? Huh? Yes. $1.20. Y'all think her eye's bad? $1.05. $1.05. S $1. 1X. Yeah. Send them to me. $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and get about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, and 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, sold 167 and a half. Chris 10.
That should be y'all's family portrait.
135, 35, 40, and 140, going to get 40, going to get 5, going to get 50, going to get 55, 55, 60, going to be 160, going to be 55, going to be 65, and going to get about 70, 170, 170, 75, 175, 80, 180, Kyle, 180, 175, give 80. Are you bidding, Mr. Cavanis? Sold 175, Mosley. $1.50, 55, 55, huh? 13, Mosley 13. $1.50, 2 and a half, 5, and 57, about 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, and to get about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, and 73, we get 70, we get 70, gray, 67 and a half, 10.
Did y'all go somewhere? No. We just, everybody was coming over and we said,
65. Has a good five. Has a good about 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75. Old show heifer. You see that mark? 175. 175. Gray, 172 and a half, 10. Oh, show halter mark. $35. Yeah, 35. And 37 and 37 and going to be 40. Going to get 2 and a half. Going to be 45. Going to get 7 and a half. Going to be 50. Going to get 2 and a half. 5. And 55, 55, 55, 55. Rob. And 55, 55, 55. Jigga 5, 55. Going to get 57 and 57 and 57 and a half. And 57 and a half here. Book 155. Four and a pun, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, going to get 60, going to be 60, 165, and 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, now 70, 172 and a half, 172.50, and 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 70, going to get 2 and a half here, great, 170, 10, 5. What'd y'all say? There's a good cow. 6 years and 5 months, 2,500. 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 2,500, here, 550, and 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, 50, and 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, 50, 25, going to be half, so 2,500, Chris 3. 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, half here, gray, 155, 5. $35, and 35, and 35, 35, 37, and 37, and 37, and going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 50, going to get 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, going to get 2 and a half here, gray, 150 on 5. $0.50 a pound. 20 cents a pound. 25. 25 and 25, we get 30 and 35, 35, we get 35, we get 40, we get 40, 45, 45, 50 and now 55, we get 55, you get 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, sold 50 S1X. $30. 35 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 5, we get 5, plain old 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 90 cents a pound. Same way, 80. See you, Justin. See you, LB. Take care of that baby calf, okay? Dollar. $5 and $105. Go to $105. Go to $5. Go to $5. Go to $5. Go to $5. $5. $105. $105. $105. $105. Here, ask $1. 1x. I happen to get up at. That's it? Well, you guys have a good week, and I'll see y'all back here in 2 weeks. See y'all tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the a.m.